We're live. Cool. So yeah, when we play The Sims today, I'm gonna have to mute all the music in the game. And like, it's in that game particularly, the music is part of the game. Like, I create a character and I spawn into the world, and guess what? The very first thing he wants to do is listen to damn music. Two different music genres of, like, they have these fake radio stations with, in my opinion, parody music that is not at the same level, and I don't think should deserve the same protections. It's almost like a meme of the music, you know? Like, The Sims music especially is retarded. Like, they don't use... It's not even just that it's not English. It's not even a real language. It's babbles. Alright, I said I wasn't going to rant about this, and here I go. But I looked the guy up, and I tweeted him and called him a wanker. And I commented on his video. It's like, thank you so much for using AI to copyright strike streamers who are streaming the game that you made the soundtrack for, part of the soundtrack for. Like, you fucking bastard. Like, you knew what you were signing up for. Anyway. /rant. Let's switch over to the React scene. Actually, I think I'm just using the Morrowind. Yeah, because it's got background music baked in already. Okay. And we're gonna start with the nice girls again. I'm surprised to see this post is still at the top. Gross. Okay. How to repair them after removing temporary nails. Really? This doesn't seem like the right place for beauty tips, but okay. Just need genuine reviews and advice for them, as now they are not strong enough. Wrong sub. I don't think you know what this sub is actually about. Okay. If you tried an angle grinder, or just rub them on a concrete sidewalk for a while. I don't know what I would say to this. You fucking paint him clear, I guess. Or just paint him whatever color. White, black, do a fucking French tip. Those are always nice, right? Although they look fucking, they got lines and shit, so you'd have to buff that out. Now I want to go back to an actual supposed to be here thread. Context. Nope. We read this yesterday. Read this yesterday. Okay. Am I tripping? Or does this belong here? If I'm being investigated, I want to know how someone passes your inspection. Well, first and foremost, I won't tell you my secrets. If you're a good man, it'll show. Fair enough. I'd pass with flying colors anyway. What do you look for in a relationship? Or is that a secret too? Come on, dude. Where's the keep your secrets then meme? Like, I am looking for a man of God who fears the Lord. Okay. A man who is a leader, provider, protector, a listener, truthful, alpha dominant, a man who doesn't just want children but loves his wife before his children and sets a good example on how to treat a lady. That's just the start. I'm curious how you would go about investigating that these whatever. Is there a page 2? I mean, I'm not a religious conservative, so I think that this list is weird and dumb, but I don't see what's wrong with her discussing her preferences. You asked. People are religious. I bet it said something about God in her profile too. Okay. Not a nice girl, just a simple difference of values. You're not compatible. It happens. The loves his wife before his children is crazy. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because the wife produces, in theory, multiple children. Any of which, you know, historically might not thrive. Or might, you know, have some other tragedy befall them. I was raising an eyebrow on the Christian stuff, but then that made me... Oops. Sorry, guys. I'm not a frequent Reddit visitor. Then that made me, like, wide-eyed a tiny bit. She's gonna put herself for her own kids because they can always make more. Yeah, that's the point. You are with your children until they are self-sufficient enough to go and make their own families, or at least start a career, get their own income, and be self-sufficient. But you choose a partner for life. people have, like, I'm a full-time dad myself, but it's not like the concept of childhood has been drastically overblown. I'm not gonna send them to the mines or anything like that, but it's like part of the reason people wait so long to have children is they think they have to do all this shit. That's really novel, you know? Like the ever ramping up of holiday Christmas gifts for kids. You know, historically, children got very, very inexpensive gifts for the holidays from like the dime store, which would be like a dollar store today. It's even encoded in some of the Christmas carols that we sing, like the one that's, I think it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas, and they say, take a look at the 5 and 10. 5 and 10, that's 5 and 10 cents. Okay. That means they're getting like candy cookie. Anyway, I'm done with this thread, really. Let's move on. Fastest match unmatch I've ever experienced. Some of these, I don't know if I like the men either. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. I am just getting off work. Apologies for the delay. How's your day going? It's okay, but I'm about to head to work in a little bit. I hope you have a great shift. Oh wow, just noticed you're local. That never happens. I know. I noticed that too. I'm sorry. I was trying to be nice and have a conversation with you, but it seems like you are not interested. Have a good night. What? How do you figure, lol? Well, when she says I was trying to be nice and have a conversation with you, that to me says move on. Says she sees this as a charity. What she's really saying is that she isn't that interested. But it's, you know, what they do. Just flip everything on you and fuck with your head. Matched 1:45, got off work 2 p.m., unmatched at 2:45. Well, maybe it wasn't about the time, dude. Maybe you just weren't that interesting, you know? Little 2-word, 3-word, yeah, if each one of these is a ping on her phone, that could be annoying to some people. other people. It's like if you grew up sending instant message, it's not a problem. But the kids these days, they never heard of no darn ICQ. I said I could call her in a couple hours later than she wanted. Lily with a no symbol. I can't send over the screenshot as I deleted Bumble, but you said you'd call after work. Only when work finishes do you change it. Lol, you blocked me. You tragic, dirty tramp. What? How old? Who says tramp? That's... I don't even think that's a boomer word. That's like... What's older than boomer? The greatest generation? You know, there's that Disney film, Lady and the Tramp. And here they say lady right after tramp, which just tells you everything you need to know about this person. Next. I'm thinking of the great Tectone who said recently that women are like buses. Just get on the next one. It's not, you know, there's going to be another one in 5 minutes. Who's the delusional one, Lauren? The way to win me over is, if you wouldn't approach me in real life, then don't approach me here. Update. You're all delusional. Well, that's rich, coming from a girl on a swiping app. Is that it? Or is there more? Embarrassing Now by Shantae Joseph. I'm weirdly attracted to... What if each one of you gave me $5? Oh, they just come right out and say it. Get her here. Hooker. I'm not gonna tell you that there's nothing wrong with sex work. And now, I'm okay with not dating. If you had told me what you wanted, then I would have dropped everything for you. Fuck Sam. I really wanted to be with you. It made me a little crazy that you won't even think about the opportunity we have now, right here, between us. I'm trying to recognize that you're not there. That friendship, if even that is all you want, it's just hard. This feels like my second chance. Jesus. Putting a lot on somebody. I won't think about it because I took you to meet my family. Whoa. Stop speaking to anyone romantically. Took time out of my life to be with you. And then for you to say texting a boy is so insulting. You were literally cuddling me on that couch while talking to another guy and wondering when you could meet up on my fucking birthday. Whew. That took a turn, didn't it? Looks like someone had some regrets. There's more. I don't need to see more. The fact that you see nothing wrong with that is so fucking strange to me, but again, I'll take it as it's my fault, and it is what it is. Alright. It is what it is, my brother. I honestly thought this was the man and that Sam was the girl. Until we got to texting a boy. Oh, man. For your viewing pleasure. 50 Cent. Thank you for letting me go. I found the love of my life because of you. A man that puts you to shame. Embarrassing, really. I won't message you again. I just truly wanted to thank you. What? So, this is the pettiest shit I've ever seen. This is like a tip. You paid 50 cents to talk shit to someone that you weren't even in a relationship with. I mean, maybe for letting me go. I guess it could have been a relationship. It's not clear. I thought I ended things on decent terms until the next day came with a crazy surprise. I tried calling you, but I couldn't reach you. I've been thinking about you, and you are really a wonderful person. But after our date, I unfortunately didn't feel that spark. Oh boy. Oh boy. I hope you can understand where I'm coming from. I know we got along really well in our messages before, but in person, something just didn't click for me. You're truly great, and I'm sure you'll find someone who's a perfect match for you. I'm confused. Why don't you like me anymore? Did I do something wrong? You didn't do anything wrong, honestly. Sometimes chemistry just isn't there. That is nobody's fault. Fine, leave me. Anyway, I kinda had a feeling you might be talking to someone else too. No, I'm literally not. This isn't about someone else. It's simply about how I feel after meeting you, and I think honesty is the fairest thing for both of us. Yeah, right. Have you even thought about me? Even once? Do you have any idea how much you hurt me? I'm not trying to hurt you, and I don't think it's fair to assume I didn't care. I have so many questions. I need you to talk to me. How am I supposed to feel? Bro's a little needy. I get that you have questions, and it's okay to feel upset or confused, but there is nothing to talk about. Whoa. She said there's nothing to talk about. Why do you call her 7 times after that? What the fuck did you send me? Is that blood? Why would you do that? What? This is all because of you. For ignoring me. You deserve the worst things in life. I don't even know what I saw on you. You look like a fucking donkey. You don't deserve someone like me. I'm so much better and smarter than you'll ever be. Sure. Oh, and by the way, I fucked someone last night. He? Oh my god, I got flipped again because the pink, I guess the red, it's not pink, and blue were not representative of, oh my god. He was so much bigger than you. Oh my god. These fucking hoes, man. He was a real man, not a pathetic loser like you. Ah, so you met your brother? That's whatever. At that point, say whatever you want. Okay, so she called him 7 times. That's interesting. And then there's this. What did you send me? It says opened. So she did something crazy to get attention here, involving blood. Maybe she wrote something in blood. So he's the one who flaked? What? He's the one who said he didn't feel the spark on the first date? Oh my god. Bro, it's not a fucking Disney film, okay? It's real life. You're not gonna have your ever after moment. Anyway. I'm getting the impression that most of these are... both parties are really fucked up. I found the MVP of this sub in the wild. I'm really glad I met you. Take care of yourself as well. You remind me of my abusive plus violent 2 exclamation points. White? Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Nope. Nope. we're gonna move on, chat. I would rather take a BDSM survey than deal with one more ounce of white guilt today. I've already had enough. Someone on Twitter tried to make me out into a monster because of quote-unquote stolen land. And it's like, okay, at what point in history, you know, how about you zoom out a little bit and realize that there was someone who had that land before your people, and something must have happened to those people, and your people probably had something to do with that. Yeah? Okay, shut the fuck up then. Like, this happens everywhere in the world since forever. So, I had the funniest meme response. I don't know if you've heard the story about the two fishes. This isn't a Bible thing. It's like, I forget the setup, but the punchline is the second fish says, "What the hell's water?" And that's what I feel like. It's like this person was, choking on spitting up water, complaining about the water, except we all live underwater. We all breathe water because we're fish. Anyway, I sent a SpongeBob SquarePants meme to that effect. Here we are. Our surveys. Each survey is designed to surface something real about you, about how you show up in kink. Take them alone or with a partner. Well, I'm neither alone nor with a partner. I'm with my chat. Chat, we're gonna take this questionnaire live on stream. I have no idea what to expect. Here it goes. The BDSM archetype quiz. Discover your dominant or submissive archetype. Okay, I know what these words are. I know that archetype. It's kind of like a class in programming. Or like, you can think of archetypes like tarot cards. You know, there's like the Fool and the Kings. Swords, Cups. I already said the Fool. Anyway, archetypes. There's the archetype of the mother, father, and child. It's called like a triptych. Anyway, there's lots of archetypes in theology and psychology. Maiden, mother, crone, Anyway, this is a D or S archetype. Your top kink traits. Alright. This is kind of like when you're building your sim and they give you that list of 50 things to choose from. And your ideal partner profile across 70 questions is supposed to take 10 minutes. Here, you know what? I just realized I cannot see my chat. So if you guys are talking to me, I'm so sorry. I need to bring my tripod a little closer so I can read the tiny ass print on my iPhone. Okay. It looks like it's just my bot chattering at himself, reminding himself, oh no, Amelia's here. Hello, Amelia. Nice to see you again. Yep. Thank you for the lurk. Feel free to drop in anytime. And if you like this content, please consider supporting Abra channel by following. And if you're on YouTube watching this at some point in the future, go ahead and click the like and subscribe button. Anyway, on with the quiz. Building your dynamic. What is your BDSM archetype? 70 questions to discover your most dominant or submissive traits and your most compatible partners. Each question has 2 answers, one for you and one for your ideal scene partner. Ugh, this word makes me cringe. I'm kind of reserved when it comes to sex things, chat. So this is really outside of my wheelhouse. I think at one point I made a fet life to impress a girl. Didn't really work. For partner answers, think if a scene was built around this statement, how much would you want your partner to feel this way? Huh? Okay. Here we go. How this works. You'll answer each statement twice. How true is it for you, and how true is it you'd want it to be for your ideal partner? Example, I want to submit to my partner. For you, a dom, not at all. For your ideal partner, completely. But first, what do you think your 2 top traits are? Okay. Let's just read them first. Sadist, masochist, rigger, rope bunny, degrader, degradee, owner, property, hunter, prey. Where is my prey? Nurturer, little, brat tamer, brat, puppeteer, puppet, service top, service bottom, exhibitionist, voyeur. Damn. Chat. What do I think my 2 top traits are? There's a surprise me button. That's funny. Okay. I honestly, there are some words here that I mean, phrases that I don't know the definition of. Um, I feel like I want to either pick more than two. Um, or I'd like there to be like little pop-up tooltips with a brief description of each word. I'm probably neither sadist nor masochist. I don't know what rigor means. I think that's someone who animates your VTuber. Rope Bunny is the first thing I saw that um, interests me at all. Degrader, degradee. No, this does not. This does not do anything for me. Owner property though. I was talking to someone. Actually, I was talking to you, chat, yesterday about this very topic, and I think I might be a owner. I'm definitely not hunter prey. I have never even hunted deer, you know. It's not to say, I don't know. I mean, I've been to war. That's a different kind of hunt. Nurturer could be me. But I don't know what the definition is. Brat tamer is definitely not me. This actually confuses me, and because I often hear people say something like, put me in my place, and I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? How would I even... I just want to be like, shut the fuck up. And, you know, I've been with someone who identified as a brat, a switch brat, and it didn't really work that well for either of us. Puppeteer, I have no fucking clue what this means. Service top, that's probably me too. I'm like a 'tis better to give than to receive when it comes to oral. I'm neither an exhibitionist nor a voyeur. I think voyeurs are creeps, and exhibitionists is like... not my bag. In fact, a lot of times, I don't know, I have a lot of times I think of myself as having two minds about a thing. And it has to do with how I was brought up. The concept of PDA, public displays of affection. Sometimes I'm not comfortable doing that or being around it, and then some other times, you know, I feel differently. But I'm not someone who wants to have sex in a crowd or a crowded party or something like that. But I have had sex in a public park when I was reasonably certain there was no one around. But it was in a public place. And that was exciting. So it's not like, I don't know. I'm like vanilla plus. There are things. We'll get into it. Before I click continue, I just want to say that I don't know what rigor means, what nurturer means, puppet and puppeteer. I'm thinking of like Geppetto and Pinocchio. And I only think I know what service top and bottom means. So, you know, I'm a little bit sheltered when it comes to BDSM. But like, no one's really wanted to show me these things either. And I've had partners who knew, was very, very informed. In fact, one of them is a well, that's not my story to tell. Sorry, I'm looking at my phone to check on Twitch chat, and a bunch of notifications came in. I'm not really sure why, though. You ever have that where, like, there's so many notifications, you're like, which one of these is the recent one? Anyway, I'm gonna hit continue. We're gonna move on. How this works. Answer each statement twice. How true is it for you? And then how much you want your ideal scene partner to feel this way. Think of it like, if a scene was built around this statement, how much would you want your partner to be into it? I already read this. Tap. This is a Magic the Gathering symbol. That means you lose 2 life. If a question doesn't apply to you or your partner. Okay. Being told what to do makes me feel calm and safe. Like in a sexual context, I assume. This is disagree strongly. And this is neutral. This is agree. I can't think of very many instances when I've even been told what to do, besides obviously come. Which is nice, by the way. But calm and safe are not words I would use to describe. Really how I feel during sex at all. Calm and safe are not the first words that come to my mind. So and it also depends on like how much I know the person and the way in which I'm told what to do. If it's like a demeaning way, like someone says like, or they imply when they're telling me something that I don't know what to do or what I'm doing, that makes me feel less inclined, I'd say. But if it was approached in a direct way, like, this is what I like, this is what I need, please do this, that could be cool. I don't know which box to check, though. I do appreciate a vocal partner, for sure. Communication. But, you know, I'm the kind of person who, like, takes a test and really analyzes every single word of the question. So it's like, told what to do. It definitely makes me feel something, but I wouldn't say calm or safe. If anything, it's excited or let me think about it. Happy? If someone said, you know, I want you to do X. It's just so rare that and I'm not saying that that's a good thing. I think I would like a little more. But I'm also fine taking initiative. That's, you know, my element. I just don't know about calm and safe. I'm gonna interpret this to mean that this is something positive, like I like it. And so I'm gonna say or something I would like to experience more of. But not something that I crave. Somewhat doesn't seem like a strong enough answer. It seems neutral. So I'm going to say very much. And then ideal partner. I'm thinking of the word command right now. And it's like, how do I feel about issuing commands? I was in the military, and I've issued plenty of commands. But the situation was not sexual. And it implies, to me, it implies a hierarchy, not simply ownership, but a hierarchy, like I am above you, or simply I have more experience than you, I know what the fuck is going on, or I have more information than you have that's pertinent and urgent. So you could be like, get the fuck down, you know? Or, you know, put your helmet on. Or, why are you out of uniform? I'm glad you're here to experience me braining through these questions. I think it's going to take me a little longer than advertised. Just because of my tendencies to be on the spectrum a bit. I'm a confirmed ADHD haver, but not quite autistic. Although I like bumped right up against it on the scale. for my ideal partner, I think they should like it. Yeah. And it wouldn't be a command in the sense that, you know, I'm your superior. It's more like, okay, we're doing this now. So, I would want them to roll with that. Why am I saying them? Fucking gender neutral bullshit. Next. There's a reason for it. I've trained myself. I would rather watch two people play than join it. Huh. No. No, I'm not gonna sit in the cuck chair. That ain't me. My ideal partner? I would say no as well. No, I think my ideal partner would be mutually possessive. My dominance shows in my technique. I don't need to give orders. My skill speed. That's what I'm talking about, chat. That's what I'm talking about. I literally said all of this. Except the word dominance. I didn't say that. I'm not sure. I think I'm ambivalent about this question for my partner. Let me think about the framing that they said at the start, where it's like, if there were a scene that was centered around this concept, how would I feel about it? And this is flipping the gender. So she, we're showing dominant technique. How into that would I be? Versus being told what to do. And I would say yes. Going blank. I've heard of this. Subspace. And letting someone else think for me is more arousing than any physical act. Nope. Nope. And I have been with partners like this. And I'm not sure if what they're describing is the dead fish or something else. This phrase right here describes my former profession in IT customer service roles, which I have mixed feelings about. It's nice to be useful, but not a crutch. I don't think that applies to the bedroom, though, in the same way. No, I think they're talking about, like, crossing the abyss in the... I think that comes from Kabbalah. Letting someone else think for me. This is power exchange, right? That's what this is. This is more than telling me what to do. Because you could tell someone what to do, and they could say no. This is instant obedience to orders. More like a soldier, or you might say a drone. This is like turning a person into a drone. And I'm more about reactivity in the bedroom than, you know, I'm thinking of like a lifeless sex doll. But it's probably not like that. I don't know. I don't have enough experience to understand all of the questions. Let me look at the last part of this. More arousing than any physical act. For me, that's a straight up no. No question. I want to be lucid and engaged, and ideally I want my partner to also be engaged and showing that they're having a good time. And in cases where I wasn't getting feedback, because they were in this going blank mode, I did not have a good time. And I don't know if that was like because I wasn't receiving, what's the word? Affirmation? Is that the word I want? At any rate, this just sounds like a robot. I don't want a robot. So we're gonna say I'm leaning towards not at all. But it might be somewhat. It's never going to be completely the way I understand it. The way I understand it. And maybe this isn't like... This is... Maybe what they're describing as like zoning out. In the mind. Or in other words, dissociation. And yeah, I don't want someone dissociating in the middle of sex. To me that seems what's the feeling I have? I think I would feel like embarrassment. Due to just no response. I don't know. I don't know if embarrassment's the right word. I would feel because it's not just this, it's also this. So they have to be present enough to receive orders and follow them. I'm going to say somewhat with the partner. Maybe even slightly. Next, I enjoy knowing I can change someone's mood or behavior with a few words. Completely. Especially mood. Especially mood. Now to flip that around, um, I'm wondering now if this is always for the better. But by that I mean always like increasing intensity, pleasure, excitement, etc. But perhaps it's also cooling off, like maybe even, I don't know, playfully trolling or something like that. I'm gonna say yes. If not completely, then very much. And move on. Some of my best experiences don't involve sex at all. What? Let me think about that. No. Which is not to say it's the only thing I want to do, but it's something that should be taken care of first. I don't want to say gotten out of the way. I want to say, have those needs tended to, and then we can play games or talk or any other activity that would be intimate. Yeah, I can't think of a situation where I would want to just delay gratification to the point of not having sex at all. in my experience, when your relationship gets to this point, it's a problem. Because this increases, like the what's the word? The word for the time in between, it increases. Next, being physically restrained makes me feel excited, not trapped. Hmm. I'm gonna say very much. I don't have as much experience with being restrained as restraining. Because I'm a man. Obviously. Preparing their bath. Laying out their clothes, polishing their boots. These acts feel sacred to me. Interesting. The young lady who took my virginity did so preparing a bath in like a big garden tub. She did she tried to make a really nice experience for me. Sacred is kind of a cool word. This is about service, isn't it? It's kind of like the little things that you do for someone to show your appreciation. Whether that is things like this or washing someone's back or feet. Making sure they have fresh coffee in the morning. You know, setting the coffee pot up. I don't know about laying out their clothes. I feel like this is a personal thing that would probably be better unless very specific instructions were given and certain preferences were, like for me example, I found a long time ago my favorite kind of t-shirt. And so I just bought a whole bunch of those. Same thing with socks. I just bought a whole bunch of the same kind of socks. So, and boxers as well. So t-shirt, socks, boxers. Those are always pretty much going to be the same unless I'm wearing like a graphic tee that day or a colorful shirt, possibly for magical reasons, or like a little nicer shirt like a polo or something. But for the most part, my wardrobe is pretty static. But for a girl, I can't imagine that anyone would want that. I mean, certain things are pretty versatile in girls' clothing. Cardigans, leggings, bras. But even with bras, I don't know if I should be trusted with knowing which bras go with which outfit. Anyway, the same thing for women. If you find a good brand of bra, we should get you a bunch of those in different colors. And maybe even have like 2 of the same color because they fucking break all the time. Just makes me think about all those nude bras. And there's like some kind of stupid test men do. Some polishing their boots. This seems a little bit degrading, demeaning, whatever. I actually like to polish my own shoes. Thank you very much. Whether that's my dress shoes or when I was in the military. Well, I'm not gonna lie. Those boots were phased out of uniform code before I ever became, I should say, before I finished boot camp. But that's not to say that they didn't need to be cleaned up with a brush, have attention paid to them. But it's not nearly the level of polishing and putting like layers of shiny shit around the sides that you have to do for the dress. Anyway, this is a little over the top to me. This is sweet. I would do this. I would personally set up a bath with, aromatherapy, bombs or candles or some shit. This is an iffy one. I think it's very context dependent. And this is a strong no. But it could be. I mean, these are just examples, right? Like I gave the coffee one. That's definitely sacred to me. In fact, if my partner doesn't make enough coffee for me, I feel slighted. You know? If you go to the trouble of making a pot, or you make like a half, quarter of a pot, and you know that I'm probably gonna be up soon. Yeah, it feels like a slight. Anyway, vice versa, I wouldn't do that to my partner intentionally. In fact, I think one of the coolest things you can do as a couple is get up early and have coffee together and talk. That's something that my parents, well, I'd say my father and stepmother number 1 used to do quite frequently, and sometimes I would be involved in those talks with coffee. It was pretty cool. But other times it would just be, you know, the couple. And then I would, you know, do my own thing, drink my coffee for myself, read a book or the Bible or some shit, listen to music. But yeah, that coffee time is totally sacred. There's gotta be other things like that too. I'm thinking about ritual baths, but we already talked about that. How about detailing his truck? Like, if we're sharing a vehicle and it's my vehicle and you're using it as a daily driver and getting it all fucking dirty, and you're not taking it to get a car wash or detailed, that's a slight. It's a big fucking slight. And you're like just trashing the interior, spilling coffee everywhere, leaving garbage on the floorboard. I'm not gonna work myself up, get mad about it. But yeah, that sort of thing bothers me. I think that means that I'm at least a very much, and for my partner, I'd also want that to be very much. I really want a partner to match my energy. Best kind of control is when someone chooses to give it to me. Yeah, I could agree with that. Taking it by force is, well, that's one alternative, right? What's the alternative? Is there another? I suppose a mental manipulation. It's a different kind of control. This is again about power exchange, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe the best kind of control is self-control. I always say, never skip impulse control day. But contextually, I think the operative words is someone chooses. This is about consent versus non-consent. Oh, what if she's into non-consent? That's what they're asking. That's what they're really saying. Given what I know about women, the majority are at least theoretically aroused by the idea of non-consensual sex. In theory. Unless, no, maybe even still, but potentially not if they've been maybe early in life abused non-consensually. I don't know. I'm gonna say very much or somewhat. For both. How about that? I want to set the rules for someone's day. When they sleep, what they wear, who they talk to. I mean, I could get down with this, honestly. I feel like at some point, I would like to have courses. I could even be a cult leader, probably. But, I'm very, very interested in agency for myself and others, because I know that the systems of this world, most of the money in the world is spent trying to keep people from doing what they really want to be doing. It's to waste their time. This is what Archons want to do. To keep humanity enslaved. To consumption, negative emotion loops, and it takes a very disciplined person to set their own rules for their life, which is something that is a goal of mine, where I want a protocol that is based around my values, goals, my purpose, and aligning my daily actions to further those goals, to advance on the path to fulfilling my purpose. And I think that everyone needs that, but not everyone is strong enough to do that for themselves. And so I would be happy to prescribe framework. It's not like I want to micromanage. That's not it at all. I want I don't want to follow someone around and say, now do this, now do that, now do that. But rather say, here are some tools. We're going to be accountability partners. We're going to ensure that certain things get done until they become routines for you. Until you don't need that anymore. what they wear and who they talk to. This second part. Maybe what they wear. But in an abstract sense, like, are you really going out like that? But not like button your top button. There's a spectrum there, obviously. Hang on, I need it. Sip. Who they talk to. This is also of interest to me because I think what they're saying is who your close friends are, who you confide in, who you spend the most time with. Because those people influence you. It's something like your 5 closest friends. If you take the average of their net worth, that's gonna, on average, that's gonna be about what you make as well. To put that more succinct, it's like you are the average of your 5 closest friends. But also, when it comes to women, if you've got a bunch of single friends, or even if you have a bunch of married friends and one of them is going to get a divorce, that could cause problems in your relationship as well. So yeah. Very much. Very much. And for her, to me, somewhat. Again, accountability partners. In terms of what I wear, I obviously want to be attractive for her. What font is this? I kind of like it. It's got that. This W reminds me of the Walgreens logo, but the Y is really nice. And this F, it's kind of like a long S. Anyway. The Y is very swoopy. Fuck it. I want to know. I need to know. Cormorant Garamond. Okay. I'm a fan of apple garamond. I don't know about. I've never seen this before. Where's it from? Seraph. Huh. Okay. It's probably a web font. Alright. The sound of someone gasping in pain turns me on, especially when I'm the one causing it. No. No. Next. Wearing a collar, even when no one can see it, feels right. No. Yes. I didn't have to think about that too much, did I, chat? When someone challenges my authority, I want to make them regret it. This is that, this is that brat one, isn't it? Brat tamer. Not really. I that's not the emotion that is. When someone challenges my authority, I. ... To put a finer point on it, when someone in the bedroom or in a sexual context challenges my authority, I'm not sure what that would look like. Maybe that's what I was talking about before, where they're like talking down to you. Almost like a tsundere. But tsundere is more playful. When someone's condescending in the bedroom, it's just a turn off. It's like, I am the one regretting. Like, oh, I misjudged you. I'm probably gonna reject that person. Perhaps this is about spanking, in which case it's like a playful tit for tat thing. It's like, oh ho ho, just wait till, daddy comes home or whatever. Wait till I get through with you. You won't be able to sit down for a week. People say shit like that. I don't. When someone challenges my authority, assuming that I have authority. Did you just? Here's what I'm going to say. Slightly. For my ideal partner. What would that look like? Or sound like, in this case? And she says, I don't know, like, to be like, you're not a real man, like that one crazy nice girl was saying, or you don't do such and such for me. I'm not sure. Honestly, not sure. But let's say, if I were to challenge my partner on like something she specializes in. For example, massage therapy. What would I expect the response to be like? What would I even say? Like, oh, you don't know the latest techniques because you're rusty, or you're I don't know. I'm bad at this part. This is about punishing brats. And since it's about my ideal partner, it's assuming that I would ever act like a brat. I don't think I would. So, let's just say she says, "You're not the boss of me." I'll be like, "I'll show you." And fucking tie her up or something. I'm gonna move this to somewhat now. And then slightly for her. How about that? The pursuit is as exciting as the catch. When I was a younger man, 100%. But now that I've matured, I don't want to date forever. But what I would also say is that this phase should never end. You should always be courting. ABC. A always. BB. C courting. Always be courting, chat. The pursuit is as exciting as the catch. As exciting as. And if I disagree, it means the pursuit is more or less exciting as the catch. See, this is where a question like this is gonna... I'm gonna wonder about this when I'm laying down to go to sleep. What the fuck did this question mean? The catch is the culmination of all of your work. It's like the goal, but the journey is also worth having. Part of the reward is in the journey. I'm gonna say no. What's up, Amelia? Welcome back. I'm taking a test. In front of God and everyone. And in fact, I hope that this is a no for her, because it's someone who says yes to this is going to have a tendency to step outside of their relationship to pursue this. Wait, did I flip the question? I think I flipped the question. What I want to say is that the catch is more exciting than the pursuit. But I don't know which option is like, this is something that 304s say. I would say the pursuit is exciting, but the catch is the goal. That's what, the 100 things you do leading up to that point. The pursuit should never end. The person who says yes to this is likely to be a cheater. The person who says no is likely to be a liar. I think this is the sweet spot, chat. I think about chasing someone down and pinning them. Pinning 100, chasing someone down. Oh man. Why are these questions gotta be so nuanced? I feel like I probably put the most thought into this survey of everyone. I'm only on question 15 of 70. Jesus Christ. I think about just chasing someone down and pinning them. I mean, I could say, I'm gonna get you. It could just be as simple as that. I might be overthinking it. Or this could be like non-consensual coded. I don't know. I think it's just kind of hot. I'm going to say very much. And would I like to be chased down and pinned? Probably. Yeah. Next question. Leaving marks like bruises, bites, or rope burns. Feels like signing my name. I don't know about rope burns, but in terms of hickeys are technically bruises. Bites, yes. Indian burns? Like friction burns? To be ping pong about it, it's what it's called. Scratches? Why didn't you say scratches? Yes, and next. I like the process of restraining someone. Technique, tension, control. I don't know. Honestly. I like the idea of restraining someone with like shibari rope. But I don't know the things that would make it safe. And so I am nervous, we'll say, have some trepidation about doing it without the requisite knowledge. But I definitely like the idea of restraining someone. And this technique and so on, assuming that I had it and learned it, that would feel like mastery of another skill that would be hot. It should be hot for her too. Perhaps less so. She probably want to be restrained, right? Not be doing the restraining. But she probably want to learn like a bunch of different knots. I know knots. At least I did. I'm probably just a little rusty on some of the nautical ones. But at one point I did have to take a test on it and passed. Next. I want someone to control my body like a toy. Position me, move me, use me without asking. For her? Yes. For me? I kind of want to be asked. And by kind of, I mean I want to be asked. Without asking. Causing pain is not a side effect, it's the goal. No. No. When someone fights back, breaking through their resistance is the best part. My stomach doesn't feel good reading those words. I like giving someone a task and watching them worry about doing it right. No, that's fucked up. I slip into a younger headspace during intimate moments. My voice changes, my words simplify, I feel small. No, and I don't care. Again, ideal partner. Is this something that I would be into or not? I'm gonna say ambivalence. I want to earn my partner's surrender, not have it handed to me. This is a really the word earn here is doing a lot of heavy lifting. No. And no. It's more non-consent. Disobedience isn't a problem. It's an invitation. What the actual fuck? No. I enjoy tying someone up more than what happens after. No. No. It's to oh shit. At least it's grayed out. I accidentally clicked twice. The chase is the point. The adrenaline of almost getting away is better than anything that happens after. No, that's more non-consent. I want a partner who calls me pet names like Little One and makes decisions for me the way a parent would. This is also like a good boy. in my opinion. So I will say slightly. Good boy is not really my thing, but it's okay. For her, I'm kind of ambivalent. I think of myself as a daddy, but not in a kinky way. So, in like a wholesome, I raise children sort of way. I want to push someone till they snap. And then enjoy the consequences. Fuck that shit. No. This quiz has been very enlightening about my previous relationships. I feel like many, if not all, women that I've been with really enjoyed provoking me to the point of rage. Where I lose control of my mental faculties and just lay into them with the most hurtful words I can think of. And then they don't enjoy the consequence. Unless they enjoy the idea of themselves as a victim of an abuser. I don't know, man. Some of this shit makes me sick to my stomach. Being watched turns me on. The more people, the better. No, it definitely does not. I had a situation when I was in college, and I broke the cardinal rule of my D&D group, which was you don't bring your girlfriends to D&D. But it was my house. And she wasn't exactly trying to hear me. Long story short, I had this friend who liked pushing people's buttons. As a friend. And was a very lewd individual. Not sussy, but what's the word? Crass? Anyway, the man had no shame. And a lot of riz. Which he used to get me to jokingly agree to let him watch my partner and I one time. And then he said, "It's not a joke." And you know, at that point, I'd already agreed, and he was going to hold me to it. And he tested me. He went in my room while we were under the covers. And just stood there. And then we all stood at each other for a while, stared at each other for a while, until I decided to send all my friends home. And this made him cry. So I guess in a way, my authority was challenged in a sexual context, and I did make him regret it. It did please me to break him that way, but I didn't get sexual gratification. More like a personal victory over a bully. He's kind of a bully. Later, he became a girl. And left his wife. Despite her wanting to become a man as a response. Because I think she wanted to stay pair bonded with him that much that she was willing to change her body. But he rejected her anyway. And that happened on my wedding day. At the after party thing. Reception. Chat. If she loves you, she'll sign a prenup. Okay. A prenup is not going to be a deal breaker if she loves you. There are certain things that you need as a man to secure. Let me just yeah, right here. What culture will your children, should you have any, be raised in? 100% everyone needs a trans clause in their prenup. What to do in the case of unemployment, self-employment. This is really part of a much larger discussion about hypergamy and why you need to have the purpose that I talked about. And it needs to be, you need to also have, in addition to your purpose, a shared purpose for your family. That way, it's not every person for themselves. That way, when you invest in her, she invests in you. You invest in her back. But you need to take care. Normally, you need to take care that you don't lift her up above you, because she will jump to the next seesaw. In this unfortunate age of hoflation. That's all I wanted to say about that. The hack is to have a purpose in life that you're both working towards, that make you a team that's more powerful than whatever you want in the moment, whatever special interest you might be fixated on at the time or whatever. Alright, enough. I took a few tangents there. Being watched does not turn me on. And I should hope now in this digital age, a lot of couples make porn. I have made porn for myself, but what I found was that even if you intend to keep it to yourself, it still gets leaked. I had a friend who had a thing for collecting porn of his friends, of his guy friends. So he got my flip video camera, plugged it in his computer, and downloaded my porn onto his computer. And as a guy, what are you gonna do? You gonna sue your friend? I don't know. Anyway, my ideal partner, I feel like this is my ideal, but it's not practical. She probably does, to a certain extent, like being recorded, at least. Especially if she's a streamer. And maybe if I had... Let me think about this. The reason... What is the reason for my extreme dislike of this? Perhaps it's the same reason I don't take my shirt off at the pool. Perhaps when I am at a better version of myself, I might feel differently. She might already feel differently because she's hot. And I don't currently think of myself, not my body, as hot. I think my brain is hot. My body is cute at best. I always want to try something new. I love variety. When I was younger, I felt this way. However, I think there is comfort in knowing what you like and just becoming very efficient at that, knowing what your partner really likes and honing your technique. So I'm going to focus on the word always and say somewhat. Or even slightly. Because I'm a spontaneous motherfucker. It's not an always, it's randomly I want to try something new. And the things that I might want to try have, require prerequisite knowledge, or at least sufficient planning for best results. So, I don't know. My ideal partner is going to be maybe in this. Hey, what's up, Ebel Gamer? Been having a good stream? Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying braining through these social topics. I'm enjoying pushing through discomfort about you know, my personal feelings and around sex. And previously we talked about like, I don't want to say gender wars. It's more like two retards fighting on that website. Reddit.com. But yeah, she should be up for something new. But not, you know, craving novelty, because that way takes you to a dark place. You know, that's how you end up on the Epstein list. By chasing novelty. Yeah. She should know what she likes and needs. And be open to trying something new. But not always. Secret power dynamics in public, where only we know, excite me. I mean, you had me at secret power. But this makes me think of how, like, historically, women, matriarchs in a family held power, what you would call soft power. Where, like, she supports him, yeah, and allows him to take the appearance of being in control outwardly, because that's what is expected socially. And that's what's going to, improve his status. But behind closed doors, you meet on the level. You discuss things. You come to agreements, or at least debate and decide, worst case, that it's okay to not agree on everything anyway. Where only we know. I'm trying to imagine what that would be like. The first thing that pops into my head is like a remote control vibrator toy that's in one or both of us. That's probably not what we're talking about here. No, probably not. Secret power dynamics. This is about who in a couple I don't want to say has the final say, but that's not what I mean. Those are just the first words that are coming to my brain. Let's see. Lurking in the background? Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Always appreciate the lyrics. Yeah, I take for freaking ever to do tests that aren't timed because I understand sentence structure. I understand what words mean most of the time. And there's nuances. And I want to give the most accurate answer possible. In this case, I understand what is being said. Where I'm struggling is, like, this is an abstract concept. If they gave an example, it would be helpful, because I can't think of one right now. let's say that me and my partner have a rule where every time I publicly slight her with like a yes dear sort of response, I have to make it up to her in some way. For example, let's say I have to do a certain number of push-ups, and maybe she sits on my back to make them more difficult. And she would just like keep tally, you know, like we're in a dinner party or some shit. And she might just say like, that's one. I mean, that would be fun. I'm gonna say very much. For both. I like to be the one in charge. Yeah. For my ideal partner, you can have a slightly... When I'm restrained and can't move, something in me lights up. Let's say completely for her. And for me, I have no fucking idea. That's never happened before. And the only thing I can think of is like the nightmare scenario of being handcuffed to a bed and left alone for days on it. That's terrifying. But other than that, it probably could be nice. I enjoy the challenge of someone who won't make it easy for me. No, that sounds like non-consent. I want a partner who doesn't try to make things hard. You know? They should try to make things easier. Cooperate. Compliment one another. I'd rather watch from across the room and be the one performing. No, what? This question has been asked already, I feel like. The idea of being hypnotized or put into a trance by a partner excites me. I'm going to say very much because I have recently been experimenting with hypnosis in sleep hypnosis particularly. And it took me a long time, 6 months, maybe a whole year, to build up the courage to allow a stranger on the internet through videos, you know, someone who's never going to see me, to be able to have that much access to my subconscious. But my partner, it would take such a high level of trust. And I think it really results in a much stronger bond. You know what? I talked myself into it. And for her, well, like I said, it took me a while to warm up to the idea and some experimentation. But we're talking about ideal. So I'm going to say yes. When my partner talks down to me during sex, it turns me on. No. Question is, would I be alright with degrading her? I feel like if I did do that, it would just be performative. And it wouldn't be what I wanted. I don't know, it depends on what we're talking about. If you're calling me a degenerate, that's fine. But if you're calling me like a worthless piece of garbage, a maggot, the sort of things that a drill instructor might say, that's not a turn on for me at all. I already experienced that, maxed it out, got that on my system, so to speak. 4 years of military service. I don't want to be degraded. Unless I've really earned it. I'm not going to accept any negative words that I didn't earn. So that's a no for me. For her, like I said, you know, if she wanted me to call her bitch or it would have to be discussed in advance and be known that it would be an act Like I said, it's performative. Something I would be open to doing for her. And then afterwards, we would do the aftercare thing and make sure that she knew, that she really knew that I didn't mean it. And in that situation, I would be okay. I want someone to carry proof that they're mine, whether or not anyone else can see it. This is a question of ownership again, and I'm about that. I'm not trying to put a barcode on someone or register them in a database. I know about these things. I know about the mechanics of colors and how it's not as simple as a key. It's more like an Allen wrench that's machined, custom, and patented. I know that this world goes very, very dark. But yeah. Even if it's something small, like a hickey. Or a bite mark, claw mark. To a cute little collar. But not a slave collar. Not a TPE slave. I can't take it that far. From my ideal partner. I think it's only fair that I also carry some proof. I feel like the ownership should be mutual to encourage mutual investment and pair bonding for life. That's what I was just saying. 100. Next question. Ropes, cuffs, or restraints are some of my favorite tools to use on someone. Yeah. And I feel like we've already answered this question. I fantasize about being locked up, caged, or kept somewhere small. Fuck that. Oh, is this a yandere question? I think that that's a harmless fantasy. Let's say slightly. Humiliation, when done right, is an art form. Nope. Emotional pain in the right moment turns me on as much as physical pain. Nope. Just one look from the right person could put me in a deeply calm, submissive state. For her, I don't know, slightly, maybe? Watching someone else lose control is more exciting than losing control myself. Why doesn't it say my partner? Why does it say someone else? Why does it say someone else? Is this another... Is this a voyeur thing? What is the operative phrase, lose control? What does that mean? Control of their emotions? Lose control. I don't think I ever would want to lose control in an intimate setting, because I know that I'm capable of hurting people physically. I'm gonna abstain from this question. Rules are more fun to break than to follow. No. No, rules maintain order. Blindfolds, ice, wax, feathers. I want to explore every sensation on my body or my partner's. I could get down with that. I've done some of this. Particularly hot wax and ice cubes. Not at the same time. Stuffed animals, pacifiers, coloring books. I use age play objects to feel safe and let go. No. No, I don't. I have coloring books because I'm a parent. No. I want my worth to be measured by how perfectly I anticipate and fulfill their needs. That sounds terrible. No one should be measured to a perfect standard. And fulfill their needs. I mean, fuck. This is hard. Is this... I don't... Maybe. I think that I take issue with the word worth. I would say value. If I replace this word with value, and I say, I want my partner to value me based on how well I anticipate and fulfill her needs. In that case, I would say very much. And she can match my energy. Kneeling at someone's feet and waiting for a command is where I feel most alive. No. And if that's what she wants, slightly. No. What am I saying here? All right, so the question is, if I were doing a scene with my partner, and this is what she wanted to do, how into that scene would I be? Knowing that it's play. I can't say until it happens. I don't know how I'd feel. It's not that it's not applicable. Let's say very much. I would try almost anything once if the right person asked. This is like that Meatloaf song, but I won't do that. I think this is one of the situations where you use the test to take the test. There were questions on this test that turned my stomach. And I would not be open to trying. So for me, I'm gonna say slightly. For her, completely. Next, I perform best when I know someone is watching. No. Not at all. Not into that. I resist and fight back before I give in. Nope. I get more satisfaction from bathing someone, brushing their hair, putting them to bed than from anything intense. No. No. I don't want that. I study technique. How to tie, how to strike, how to edge. Mastering the craft is what turns me on. I mean, I've talked about this. And the issue is that I have not studied techniques. Specifically, how to tie. I have, now that I think about it, this is about spanking. I have received instruction on this. I thought this was about masturbation. How to tie. Yeah. Somewhat. To very much. It's not ambivalent. For her, sure, match me. I've watched Kink content and thought I could do that better. Probably. Probably. I want to be caught. Nope. Nope, nope. Nope. putting a collar on someone and knowing they belong to me is one of the most satisfying things I can imagine. Why do they have to take everything to the extreme? I'm sure there's plenty other more satisfying things. Fine. I don't think I would wear a collar. But I'm not going to rule it out. I don't just accept being beneath someone. I actively want it. No. Let's say somewhat. I feel like they have repeated some questions here. I want to set a bedtime, choose their meals, wrap them in rules that feel like a warm blanket. Yeah. And slightly. Or no. I want a permanent mark of ownership on my body. Something that says taken without a word. We're talking about a brand. um, somewhat. Mostly because I don't care for tattoos much. But there are exceptions. Some smaller ones that have been tastefully done. But not like a QR code. I don't know, man. For me, This could be as simple as matching tattoos. I've wanted more pain when most people would have already stopped. No? I like a lot of physical pain. No? I know how to get inside someone's head. I enjoy doing it. Run! Run, motherfucker! Being called degrading names during sex does more for me than any praise ever could. Nope. I want to run and hide, knowing someone is coming for me, and that being found is inevitable. This is like hide and seek, right? I would try hide and seek, I guess. I don't know. It's a dangerous world out there. My ideal dynamic involves daily check-ins, structured routines, and someone who depends on me for comfort. Yes. I want to crawl on the floor for someone, and I'm serious about it. I don't think so. You can. I plan scenes in advance. The preparation and choreography matter as much as the act itself. I'd say it depends, because I have a spontaneous streak. Next. Last question. I like using harsh words to make someone feel small and watching them enjoy it. No. Here we go, chat. Your archetype is the keeper. Dominant leaning, owner, service top. You possess and protect in equal measure. Your partner is treasured property, cared for, controlled, and claimed. Your partner is the doll, submissive leaning property puppet who exists to be arranged, displayed, and used. Your surrender is total, your stillness profound. Exploration low, sensation medium. Your prediction versus reality. Predicted rope bunny owner, actual owner service top. One match, one surprise. Service top. You use your skill to serve your partner's desires, control, and service of their pleasure. Nurturer. Yep. Medium rigor. Okay. Puppeteer. I guess. Oh, rope bunny means you are the one bound. See, I didn't know. I didn't know what rigor meant. Yeah. Okay. That's what I would have guessed then. Service bottom. You serve through acts of devotion. Oh, I see. These are lower. Why didn't they give these explanations at the start? I feel like I could have done a lot better at predicting or doing the choosing. Oh well. I guess take a couple screenshots. I don't know if page... Yeah, these are not really valid. Say anything below 45% is a no. Well, that was fun. I need to take a little break and get a drink, maybe. Yeah. It won't be long. I might... when we return, we're gonna play and react to part of this video. It's an hour. I think we might take a couple of episodes to go through it. But yeah, that was interesting. Sorry it took a lot longer than I expected. It said 10 minutes, and I feel like it was like 3 hours at least. I'll be back in just a few. And we're going to play The Sims 4 after that. BRB. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm back. Sometimes it takes my microphone, like, I don't know, like an extra little, louder than normal sound to get it to start picking up after I take a little break. It's just the subtlety of my mic, which is the Behringer C1U, in case you're curious. Now, the good news is, for this next segment, I can turn off this BGM. I know it probably gets tiring. Listen to the same 10 or 11 minute and a half songs. Okay, so we're gonna react to this guy. His name's Morg, and he knows quite a bit about Gnosticism, and before we dive in, I just want to say that I recently learned that the Bible that we all know today was not the first Bible created. It was not the first collection of letters and writings. The first one was made by a guy named Marcion, and what we know now today as the Catholic Church did not like that version of the Bible, which I believe is most likely closer to the truth than the one we have today. I think that the message of Gnosticism fits my observation of the world. It's basically like the best parts of the first Matrix movie was a retelling of Gnostic concepts, and the goal really is, as trite and cringe as it may sound today, to break out of the Matrix. So without further ado, we're going to get into this. It's called Earth is Hell. How about that?
What if Earth is actually hell? Look around at how chaotic the world is. What if hell isn't a place you go when you die? What if you're already in it right here, right now? And if Earth is hell, well then who the hell is God? Wouldn't that make him Satan? This isn't my theory. This is literally what multiple banned books from the Bible say over and over again. I'm talking about forbidden gospels your pastor would rather burn than read out loud. The Secret Book of John, the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of Mary, on the origin of the world, the Apocalypse of...
Right. So there are these scrolls. You know, the Bible in its original form didn't have chapters, verses. These things were added later, like way later. They weren't curated in any particular order. And at a certain point, I believe in Rome, the Roman Empire, might have been under Constantine, who saw fit to use Christianity to serve his political interests. They formed the Council of Nicaea to select which text would be the canon of the faith and which ones would be banned, like the ones you see here. And the banned ones were almost completely destroyed, except for a few brave, I think they were Essenes, Essene, scenes, hid them in like a clay jar because they were potters by trade. So they hid them in the dirt when the Roman Inquisition came to, or I guess you could say the Catholic, whatever, came to, inspect the libraries and basically redact and reshape history for a purpose, to keep people as servants, to make the goal of religion to be saved instead of ascension, to have you be reliant upon authority to tell you what to think and believe, because that made you a much easier populace to manage. We'll continue.
James, the Secret Supper. These are ancient texts that were locked away because they say that God is actually the devil and trapped divine souls of light, that's us, inside bodies, inside of matter. Yeah. Welcome to hell. And even heaven is part of the trap. You've heard of the 7 heavens, right? Those forbidden texts expose that they are actually 7 layers of hell, and earth is just the very bottom of the abyss. But these texts also expose how language itself was hijacked to trick you into worshiping your captors. And you'll learn the secret knowledge that Jesus gave to see through the illusion and shatter the lies. So stick with me, because this could be the most important video you ever watch, and by the end of this, you're gonna wake the hell up. I'm Morg, I'm an ex-Christian exposing forbidden knowledge to wake the world up and make enlightenment go viral, and today we're about to kick the gates of hell wide open and discover the truth about what Earth really is, and most importantly, what you really are. Okay, before diving into the abyss, we have to ask, well, what's at the top? Because if Earth is really hell and we're in it, how did we get here? Did someone trap us? Did we up in a previous life? How did any of all this start in the first place? And that's exactly where one of the most explosive banned texts in history begins, the Secret Book of John. Now, this thing was basically Jesus declassified. It's the conversation that didn't make it into the public Bible. In it, Jesus pulls John aside and says, you want to know what's really going on? Fine, I'll show you the hidden realms the church could never preach about. So he doesn't go on about sin or salvation, but starts with something called the One, which is an indescribable source that existed before gods, angels, worlds, or anything at all. So why start here? Because you can't understand how broken this world is until you know what wholeness looks like. That's why the Secret Book of John kicks off at the very top of reality, way above the creator God of the Bible, to remind you that there's a higher power the church quietly left out. Once you really get that, everything else finally makes sense. Okay, so let's start at the very top, above heaven, beyond every idea of God you've...
So, the idea here is that above the God of the Bible are at least 2 or 3 higher beings. I believe one's called Barbelo, who is the first thought, or the first emanation of the One. The One being at the top. The unknowable, ineffable, remote, this is not a deity you can get to know, have a personal relationship with. This is it's the source of everything good in life. And then under Barbelo, I believe it's Sophia who has Yaldabaoth, or he has many names. Sakla, the blind God, because he can't see that there are gods above him. That's why he continually declares, I am the Lord your God. There are no other gods before me. Like, if that were true, why you gotta keep saying it, bro? Why? Why would you be jealous? When you understand that this God that you've been taught created you is actually the jailer of this world, things start to make a lot more sense. The way the world works, how people assume there's shadowy people behind the scenes manipulating world events to keep people under control. What if they aren't people, but beings who were constructed for this very purpose. And what if they had names that you could know? Stop there.
Ever heard. So imagine for a minute that behind the curtain of this whole cosmic drama, there's just a single infinite source. Not an old man on a beard with a throne, not any kind of person or creature at all. I'm talking about something so beyond that even calling it God is flat out wrong. See, the secret book of John says that this isn't a being in the way that we think of beings at all. It's something much grander. Jesus says the one is indescribable, for no one can put any words to it.
The one is perfect light. Totally indescribable.
If it's indescribable, why'd you just describe it as perfect light?
Oh my God, shut up.
So every mainstream religion has tried to stick name tags and rules on God. They paint God as a father, a king, a judge, a dude in the sky demanding worship or your toast. But according to the secret teachings, all those images are way off base. The true source shatters any box that you try to put it in. It's not an old man with mood swings. It's something so beyond our understanding that the labels just all fall off. And so Jesus goes on, emphasizing how utterly beyond comprehension the one is. The one.
Yeah. In my years at Christian school, studying the Bible, I encountered different faces, let's say, of the God of the Old Testament. And one of them is this unknowable, remote, unapproachable God. And then another one has fucking legs and walks around the earth and talks to humans directly. And another one delights in burnt live animal and human offerings and has a snout that fire comes out of, and he consumes the offerings whole. Sounds kind of like a dragon, to be honest. I've always suspected that these versions of God were not his moods through the eons. He didn't change his personality, his manifestation, his behaviors. He didn't suddenly become reformed in the New Testament. These are all different deities. And if you look at the source text, you will see that the word God has many forms. El Shaddai, El Elyon, Adonai, El, Yahweh, I think Jah. probably a few more I've forgotten. But the truth is the Israelites were polytheists. They had multiple deities that were worshipped. They worshipped Baal. They worshipped the wife of God called Asherah, who was the wife of El. Even the word for God was often plural, as if there were a council of gods. And some people have interpreted this as like basically that they are the Anunnaki or some alien race, not actual deities at all. That they were just technologically advanced humanoids. And primitive man couldn't tell the difference, and that's plausible. But yeah, let's continue.
Cannot be seen, eternal, inconceivable, perfectly free from corruption. So this thing isn't just perfect, it's perfection itself. This isn't some deity who floods the earth in a fit of rage because he's having a bad day. It's the infinite light that never goes out. In the text, Jesus continues, "The one rules all, nothing has authority over it. It is absolutely complete and so needs nothing." So remember, the one doesn't rule like some narcissistic tyrant or cosmic control freak. It's not up there saying, "Sing my praises or I'll throw lightning bolts at your house." No, the one rules in the sense that everything comes from it. Think of the one like the underlying code of a video game. In that game, the kings and gods and demons might think that they're hot stuff, but none of them outrank the code running the entire system. In fact, Jesus explicitly warns us that even calling the one God is misleading. It is not right to think of it as a god or as like God. It is more than just God. More than just God. Now let that really sink in and melt your brain for a second. That one line is basically a spiritual grenade rolled into the heart of religious dogma. We're talking about a reality so ultimate that the very word God is too small for it. The Gnostics, the Christians who treasured these secret books, believed that all the gods people worship are tiny compared to this one. In fact, they saw those so-called gods as just powerful beings within creation, not the source beyond it. The one is just on a completely different level entirely, beyond category. So what the hell is this thing? Well, Jesus gives us one more hint. It is utterly perfect light.
People aren't gonna worship a glowing field of light. How do we monetize this? Yeah, can we just say God is like an angry Santa Claus guy in the clouds?
What's a Santa Claus?
I hate you all.
Light that's endless and boundless with no beginning, no end, a limitless mind of pure light that's so complete that it only contemplates itself. Because what else is there? The one basically just is. The secret book of John puts it this way: the one simply apprehends itself in its own perfect light.
The one simply apprehends itself in its own light.
That sounds egotistical.
No, there's literally nothing else.
But we're here.
Yes, you are God looking at itself. You just don't know it.
This is too confusing. Can't we just crucify you instead?
Okay, so why am I telling you about this indescribable one when this is about Earth being hell? Well, because to understand how Earth could be hell, you have to understand the cosmic hierarchy these secret messages are about to lay out. Because at the top, beyond everything, is the one, the infinite, total perfection. No devils, no dramas, no duality. So how the hell do we go from that to a world full of suffering, ignorance, and fear? Well, this is where the story takes a wild turn. So the one does nothing but think upon itself because there's nothing else to think about. That's all there is. And in the eternal realm of the one's light, its thoughts, well, they become beings of light. And everything usually unfolds in harmony. Existence emanates from the one in these balanced pairs. Think of them like cosmic principles or divine archetypes, male, female, in a symbolic sense, both working together. And it's all good until something happens. Now, Sophia, whose name literally means wisdom, is one of these high cosmic beings called an eon that emanated from the one. And Sophia gets a wild idea. She says, screw the rules, I'm gonna do my own thing. And she basically hacks the system. She tries to create something by herself without her partner and without consulting the one. In other words, wisdom, Sophia, had a thought that broke away from the harmony of the realm of light. And Sophia expected to bring forth something beautiful on her own, but what she actually brought forth was more like a cosmic nightmare. The Secret Book of John says, Sophia saw what her desire produced. It changed into the form of a dragon with a lion's head and eyes flashing lightning bolts. Yeah, no, I'm not describing a boss from Elden Ring here. I'm quoting the text. This abomination is Sophia's accidental baby, and she's totally horrified by it. So what is this thing? Well, this being is known as Yaldabaoth. And according to these secret teachings, Yaldabaoth is the biblical God. Yeah, you heard me right. The claim here is that the God worshipped by billions, the one who thundered down the 10 Commandments, who called himself Lord in the Old Testament, is actually this deranged, lion-headed offspring of Sophia. He's not the ultimate God. He's a blind, arrogant imposter. In the Secret Book of John, Yaldabaoth immediately declares himself basically the boss of everything. See, he doesn't know about the one above him. So this guy thinks he's the top dog. He bellows out, I am God and there is no other. And if that sounds familiar, it should. That line is all over the Old Testament in the Bible. Every time you've heard, I am the Lord, there is no other, bow down, etc., the Gnostics would say that's the ignorant imposter talking, not the true one.
I am God. There is no other.
But what about the one?
Shut up. La la la, I can't hear you. If I don't know about it, it doesn't exist. La 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 la!
But now we're about to get into something a lot darker, the creation of hell. Are you ready? Now, Yaldabaoth stole some of his mother's power, and he decides that he's going to create something of his own, a realm to rule over. Another forbidden Gnostic text called On the Origin of the World describes his first act of creation like this. And out of matter, he fashioned for himself a dwelling place, and he called it heaven. And out of matter, the Archon fashioned a footstool, and he called it earth. So he basically slaps together this fake heaven for himself to sit in and earth below to prop his feet on. And Yaldabaoth doesn't work solo, he creates some henchmen. The text says he created archons, which is the Greek word for rulers, to help govern this fake reality. The Secret Book of John says he created 12 archons, or rulers, each with their own realm. And the reason why that number 12 is important is because it's one for each of the signs of the zodiac. And the text says that he shared his fire with them, but none of his stolen light. On the Origin of the World calls them the 12 gods of chaos. And another Gnostic text called the Holy Book of the Great Invisible Spirit says, these are the ones who preside over Hades and the chaos. There you have it. Hades and chaos are ruled over by the 12 demonic gods who correspond to the 12 signs of the zodiac. But Yaldabaoth doesn't stop there. The Secret Book of John says that he made the first 7 rulers to reign in the 7 spheres of heaven. 7 rulers, 7 spheres of heaven. If you recognize that, that's because these correspond to the 7 classical planets in astrology, which also relate to the 7 days of the week.
Boom. It's called the Chaldean Order. And it starts with Saturn. You may have heard of JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, or the Jack Parsons Laboratory. You may have heard of the Saturn V rocket. Saturn is time. It's tax. It's it's lead, and it's heavy. It's the first heavenly body that the soul passes through on its way to take physical form. And it's ruled by a certain angel. Whose name currently escapes me. 1 second. Azazel. Okay. Azazel is the archon of Saturn, who inspired Jack Parsons to build rockets that allegedly took us to the moon. Each of these 7 spheres has a corresponding magic square, which is it's kind of like a Sudoku puzzle of numbers that add up to the same thing, different ways. Whether you go up, down, or diagonally. It's called a magic square. And each one of these is a key. And each archon has a sigil. And you can use this information to craft talismans. To assist you in overcoming things related to each planet. I will go into all this in detail in the future when we talk about the 7 spheres. Just know that we have been given the names and it is possible to contact these archons. And the magic squares are keys to open astral gateways. That's all I'm going to say about that for now.
The sun and the moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Saturn. Basically, Yaldabaoth appoints 7 archons over the 7 heavens, which, by the way, the Gnostics equated with the 7 layers of hell.
Welcome, welcome. 7 heavenly levels, all-inclusive suffering, and look at this, lava fountains. Great for ambiance and exfoliation.
Sir, this is literally hell.
That's just the hot tub. Shall we head?
That's right. The 7 heavens are hell in this telling, and Earth is the lowest of the low, the bottom of the abyss.
The 7 heavens are actually 7 layers of hell.
So, heaven is hell,
Yes.
and earth is...
Come on. Have you seen who runs the United States?
You think Monday's bad? Imagine each day of the week ruled by a demonic planetary overlord whose entire job is to with you. On the Origin of the World says, these are the 7 forces of the 7 heavens of chaos. Chaos, not divine order. But Yaldabaoth wasn't done. After setting up the 7 heavens, Yaldabaoth commands 5 of the rulers to rule over something called the Abyss. The Secret Book of John says he made the next 5 rulers to reign in the 5 depths of the Abyss. So what's that all about? Well, in many ancient cosmologies, there were 5 elements: earth, water, air, fire, and a 5th essence like ether. So these 5 archons correspond to those elements, essentially ruling the material underpinnings of the universe. In other words, Yaldabaoth has captains in charge of every layer of...
I just want to stop for a second and say that ether was, until very recently, regarded as a force in science. Nikola Tesla believed in ether, not gravity. Ether. He also heard voices that told him secrets.
Of matter itself, right down to the underworld, which is this world. One of these archons, the one linked to the element of earth, is said to rule over the very depth of Hades. In other words, the physical world is the lowest circle of hell, the bottom of the pit. Hell isn't a pit beneath the ground, it's the ground, it's matter. It's the world that you're walking on. The entire physical universe, according to these texts, is a botched creation, a nightmare matrix formed by a reckless, power-drunk lesser god and his posse of cosmic prison wardens. Even the stars and planets, the flow of time, the elements around us, all of it is part of a spiritual jail designed to keep souls trapped. The text says, there came to be 365 demons altogether. Yeah, you got that right, 365. 1 demon for every day of the goddamn year. Time itself is a cage. Every tick of the clock, every flip of the calendar is part of the trap.
Every day gets an angel. Efficient, organized.
What does Tuesday's angel do?
Mostly sells tacos.
Have you ever felt like you're living the same day over and over? Wake up, work, eat, sleep, watch Netflix, repeat, then you die. According to the Gnostics, that's by design. And if that wasn't clear enough, the text spells it out. These archons rule the world. Everything around you, the governments, the systems, the culture of fear, the inner voice of self-doubt, all of it are under their influence.
It's in the proper Bible as well. They say we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against the rulers of darkness of this world. That's Archons.
Look at the state of our world. Endless wars, kids starving, people oppressed, truth turned inside out. Does it sometimes feel like some invisible psychopaths are running things? According to the Gnostics, that's because they are. Every aspect of life in this counterfeit creation, from the cosmic scale down to your personal anxieties, is under the thumb of these Archons. They built Earth as a prison planet, and our bodies are the cells. Now, I know this sounds bleak, but hold on, because it's about to get so much wilder. So Yaldabaoth has set himself up as the fake god of a fake universe, but deep down, maybe in some dim corner of his twisted psyche, he's uneasy. Why? Because somewhere out there, something greater might exist, and that thought eats at him and pisses him off. In On the Origin of the World, Yaldabaoth says, "If anything has existed before me, let it appear, so that we may see its light."
If anything came before me, show yourself!
Lord, it's behind you.
No, it's not.
It definitely is.
Nope, not turning around.
And guess what? Immediately, a light manifests from beyond the seven heavens of chaos, beyond all the fake realms, and rips through the cosmos. In Gnostic mythology, this light is an emanation of the true God, the One. And get this, it's the image of a heavenly human, a sort of cosmic Adam. But here he's called Adamus, which is Greek for indestructible. And what this is basically the spiritual archetype of humanity that existed with the true God, a being of pure light that the secret text says ruled alongside with Christ. And when this true divine light shines, Yaldabaoth's minions, they freak the out. The Archons laugh at Yaldabaoth for ever thinking he was the only god. As the text says, when the true human of light appeared, the authorities saw him and laughed at the prime parent because he had lied when he had said, "It is I who am God. No one exists before me." Yeah, so he was roasted by his own squad. Then one of them sneers at Yaldabaoth. Is this not the god?
Not only was it not true, but it was the first blasphemy.
God who ruined our work? So they call that being of light, that heavenly human, a god, acknowledging that something way more divine has appeared and it's messing up their dark world. And here's the big reveal the Gnostics want us to get. The true human in its original form is divine. Let me say that again. To be truly human in the original sense is to be an immortal being of light connected to the One. We aren't some meat sack sinners by nature. We are gods by nature.
Does this not make more sense of the Garden of Eden story, where Adam and Eve get kicked out because God is talking to other gods and says, well, if we're not careful, they're going to eat from that tree over there and become as knowledgeable and as powerful and as everlasting as us.
Nature. And that's what this shining, indestructible Adamus figure represents, our true potential and origin. And Yaldabaoth is terrified. He loses his mind over this. His pride is wounded, his authority is falling away, but since he can't kill this eternal light, it's too powerful, he decides to try to contain it. And this is where things get next level twisted. Yaldabaoth and his Archons basically say, okay, plan B, let's create our own human out of dirt and trap that light and make them our slaves so they can't challenge us. This is literally their strategy. Yaldabaoth says, he answered and said, yes, if you do not want him to be able to ruin our work, come, let us create a man out of earth. No longer will he ruin our work. Rather, we shall make those who are born out of the light our servants for all the duration of this eternal realm. Yeah, so the arch villain of the cosmos, aka the God of the Bible, just said, let's trap the children of light in earthly bodies and make them our slaves forever. According to this mythology, we, human souls, are those children of the light. Now, in the clutches of these cosmic criminals. The Archons get to work. They mimic the image of that radiant human and build a human body, essentially creating a puppet.
Humanity.
Lord, it has 3 legs.
What? No, that's not a leg. It's his... Fine. I'll make it smaller.
Thank you, Lord.
You're welcome. Perfect now. More or less.
In the Bible itself, Genesis says, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." First of all, ever wondered who the us is? Weird, right? Well, Gnostics would say that it's referring to Yaldabaoth and his team of fakers. On the Origin of the World says something very similar but slightly different. It says, "Let us create a man according to the image of our body and according to the likeness of this being to serve us."
All right, let us create a man in our image and, to serve us.
Serve us? Like, permanently?
Yes. Lifelong subscription.
No refunds.
Exactly.
So in this story, humanity was created as a slave race, a kind of farm for souls. But hold on, because here comes the irony. Yaldabaoth forms the first human body, and they call him Adam, which comes from the Hebrew word Adamah, which means earth, but it's lifeless. So what do? Well, remember, Yaldabaoth has a bit of that divine spark that he stole from his mother Sophia. So he breathes some of that into Adam. Now, remember, in the Bible, Genesis says that God breathed the breath of life into Adam. But the Gnostics agree, except that God in this case is Yaldabaoth, and that breath of life is stolen light.
Okay, why isn't it moving?
Because it's dirt, Lord.
Fine. I'll breathe on it. That always works. See? Animated.
It just rolled because you blew on it.
Movement is movement.
So Yaldabaoth infuses Adam with spirit. The text says, Yaldabaoth blew some of his spirit into the man. That spirit was the divine power of his mother. So Yaldabaoth just poured stolen divine light that he had within him into this human. And in his arrogance, he basically hands over the key to humanity's potential, because suddenly this human is glowing with eternal light. In fact, it says that Adam is smarter and brighter than all the Archons. The text says his understanding was far greater than that of those who had created him, and greater even than that of the chief ruler himself.
Bingo.
Yeah, their creation was smarter than the so-called creators. Why? Because the light comes from the true realm, and this being had intelligence far greater than theirs. Imagine it almost like humans that create an AI system, and then suddenly a soul of light links to that AI system, and it became way smarter than the humans that created it. That's kind of what's going on here. And so the Archons are having an oh moment. Adam woke up, and he remembers way more than they expected. He's looking around like, hey, I come from somewhere higher. You idiots aren't my gods. Now, Yaldabaoth is absolutely freaking out. The last thing he wanted was a being that could challenge him. So the Archons take drastic action. They cast Adam down into an even lower realm to hide him away and keep him under control. The Secret Book of John says they took him and cast him down into the lowest depths of the material world. They literally exile Adam into the very bottom of the abyss, which is where? Earth, our world, aka hell. Then they give him a new material body as a prison. The text calls this new body a tomb. This all became a tomb, a new kind of body. So according to the secret text, your body, the one that you're sitting in right now, was made to be a tomb for your soul. Not a temple, not a gift, but a suffocating coffin of flesh and bone meant to keep you forgetful and weak. So once Adam is chained to this
that tracks. Yeah, the body cries out to be satisfied in its urges as they arise. Hunger, sleep, sex, socializing. We're gonna play Sims in a minute. It's much like that. And, you know, the world, with all of its distraction and daily quests, basically, to keep you from sitting around and thinking about what you actually want to do with your life and how you might get there. Because if enough people did that, well, they just might build a space elevator to heaven called the Tower of, you guessed it, Babel.
Material body that's suffocating him. They deliberately make him forget everything. Those thieves bound the man in it and chained him in forgetfulness and made him subject to dying. Memory wiped and an endless cycle of death through the wheel of reincarnation.
Bind him to this body. Make him forget everything.
Everything? Even the part where we messed up?
Especially that part.
So they throw him into the Garden of Eden as a trap. The Gnostics say that the whole Eden story was part of the prison. In their view, the garden was a scheme by Yaldabaoth to keep Adam and Eve ignorant. See, they made the tree of knowledge forbidden, and the text reveals the tree of life was actually the tree of death. It flat out says those who eat from it are denizens of Hades. Darkness is their resting place. In other words, anyone who ate from Yaldabaoth's so-called tree of false life became a citizen of hell, doomed to spiritual darkness. But the tree of knowledge, of course, was different. See, the Garden of Eden was a gilded cage, and the Archons were like, hey, have fun. Eat the fruit. Stay here forever in our little zoo. Now, in the Bible, God just straight up lies to Adam. God says, if you eat from the fruit of knowledge, you'll die. But the serpent says, no, you'll actually wake up. Well, the Gnostics read that and said, the villain in the story is God, and the hero is the one trying to clue them in. Mind blown yet? Well, it's gonna get even crazier because I haven't even touched on how Satan fits into this picture. Okay, so back to our story. See, originally, the Gnostic text implies that Adam was originally a single androgynous.
Chat, why do you think my feet are snakes? Think about it. The serpent was the light bringer, the keeper of the black flame. The serpent was on our side. He gave well, trying to be careful because we're getting close to the part of the story where there are things I can't say without violating an oath or oaths that I've taken. But perhaps when we get to the Book of Enoch, talk about that more.
Androgynous light being, both male and female in one, like the original unity of mind and spirit. Well, Yaldabaoth saw that Adam was too powerful and wise in that unified state. So what does he do? He splits Adam in two, into male and female, dividing the power. It's the oldest trick in the book, divide and conquer. Now, even the Bible hints at this. Remember when God takes a rib from Adam?
That's really, really important. I want to just take a second to reiterate divide and conquer and how we are trapped in these negative emotional loops, fighting each other, men and women, that is. And that was a prototype for all sorts of tribalism. That was only exacerbated at the Tower of Babel, when the people had their tongues confused in order to limit their productivity, prevent them from completing their great work. The God of the Bible, Yaldabaoth, quite literally invented racism and cursed mankind with it to keep him from succeeding, from working together towards a singular purpose. Imagine for a moment that you were the first being. In Egypt, the story goes that it was Amun who now I don't want to tell the Amun story. Okay, fine. He masturbated, and where his seed fell on the ground, it created life, created the Nile. But I prefer the creation myth of Jehudi, or Thoth, if you will, who dreams the world into existence. And if you think about if you were the first, if you were by yourself, you would probably play a game to entertain yourself where you effectively role play. You become a dungeon master. And design characters, towns, backstories, so forth. And then you would set about RPing each character in the story, because you have literally all the time in the universe to entertain yourself in this cosmic Netflix special. So you pretend, and then you take it one step further, where to make it feel more real, you forget You willingly forget that you're asleep, that you're playing a game. That's the one in my mind. There's also the god Abra, who says, "Behold, I have come into being, and by my coming into being, the way of coming into being came into being. Abra, Heper, Heperu." Anyway, it's fun to think about, isn't it?
And makes Eve. But here's what the church never told you. The word translated as rib in English is actually tsela in Hebrew. And tsela means side, as in half, an entire side of the being. But the church, just like the archons, couldn't let that interpretation stand. Because if man and woman were equals, if they were two halves of one divine unity, then the entire patriarchal power pyramid collapses. So they changed the story. They turned side into rib, and that single mistranslation turned equality into subservience.
This Hebrew word sela means side, right?
Right rib. Trust me, keeps things simpler.
But that's not what it says.
Do you want a patriarchy or not?
Rib it is.
Suddenly you've got thousands of years of, well, she came from him, so she owes him. In another forbidden Gnostic text called the Apocalypse of Adam, Adam himself says, "We resembled the great eternal angels, for we were higher than the God who had created us and the powers with him. Then God divided us in wrath." So according to Adam's secret testament, before the split, he and Eve were one being of light, higher than Yaldabaoth. And that's why the creator God got pissed and split them in wrath, divide and conquer.
See, Yaldabaoth split Adam and Eve, so now you're all walking around like broken IKEA furniture.
Can't we just glue ourselves back together?
That's what enlightenment is, Greg.
Now, humanity is literally split in two. This is a metaphor for all sorts of dualities: conscious versus unconscious, spiritual and material, left brain versus right brain, etc. In the text, Adam says that after the split,
Shield and whip. Just saying. Chicken and snake. Just saying.
we served him in fear and slavery. Yeah, fear and slavery. The so-called God basically turned us into obedient little prisoners. Are you awake yet? Because this is your life that we're talking about. If Earth is hell, then you've been lied to on a cosmic scale. And if you're feeling a little overwhelmed right now, a bit of a, oh crap, what the hell am I supposed to do with this information? Well, good. That means that the spark is stirring inside, but we're not done. The story of how Earth could be hell doesn't end with us being trapped. It gets even more interesting when we see how the trap is maintained and how some souls found an escape hatch. So humanity is now under the thumb of this.
All right, that's where we're gonna end it for today. The escape hatch. We'll talk about that in another segment. But what I want to do for the rest of the time we have is continue the Sims 4 challenge. Are you kidding me? Another update for this damn game. Fine. Tell me when. Now, I'm going to take a second here, switch category from just chatting over to The Sims. Oh goody, an updated TOS. Just what I always wanted. For me to poop on. Chat, it looks like we got another follower, but I didn't see who it was. I checked, and it literally did not show up in Twitch. So, if you're out there, thank you. I appreciate every single follow. We're trying to get to 25. And we're almost there. When we get to 25, I'm going to do a special ASMR stream for you all. It's going to take a little bit of planning for me to come up with the menu. Oh, there's my stomach again. But, you know, I might not do a menu. I might do a role play instead. Because I can't, like, a menu is something a little, it requires more people in the audience. Let's be completely clear. No, I don't want to buy now. Stop it. I already own this game. Oh shit, hang on. They're gonna strike me again, motherfuckers. I need to mute this game real quick. Where is that? Elgato. Boop. Okay, we're gonna mute that until I get into the menu settings and turn off the BGM that I just got copyright claimed on yesterday. 5 times by the same asshole musician who's currently trying to sell tickets to some concert in the UK. That's why I called him a twat. Let's go to the menu. I should not have to do this. I only do it under duress. Look at that. The music's already turned down to fucking 5%. It's not like this is a musical performance. But now it's turned down to 0. Okay. Object music. I think I have to turn that down too. That's going to be stereo. Boy, it's a good thing that individual voice actors can't copyright claim their voices appearing in-game dialogue in a video game that you fucking purchased and are playing on stream. It's such a good thing that nobody tries to do that. I mean, how fucking far is it gonna go? You know? Fuck copyright law in America. It needs to be abolished and rebuilt from scratch. 10 years maximum for novel inventions. Not derivative, novel inventions. The Founding Fathers debated copyright heavily, especially the inventor ones. Apply the changes. Okay. And now we'll add in the BGM. Add source. Audio. Media source. I apologize that this doesn't quite fit the comfy, cozy feel of The Sims. But it's the best I got at this point. I'm going to look into Epidemic Sound. Get a subscription there. Start with a free plan. See how it goes. And now, chat. We continue the no job challenge in The Sims 4. Maybe. There we go. Nope. Not 1, it's 3. Okay. Let me check out. I thought he was asleep. Alright, he slept. He's hungry. We got burgers in the fridge. Looks like he wants to flirt with himself. What a wild... I mean, he likes music a lot, so I might just buy a cheap stereo and allow him to rock out in the living room. I think it sucks that I have to go into build mode to buy things for my interior. Time was, chat. There was a buy mode and a build mode. It made sense. At some point, they smushed them together. So, we want electronic. My mouse is super duper sensitive today. I'm gonna... Nope, that button does not do what I want it to. Controls the stupid mouse wheel, scroll, feel. When can I get a computer, chat? How much money do I need? But how low can you go? Desk block computer. $800. Good lord, that's a lot of money. I think it's cute. They got a boombox. And it's 150 simoleons. I cannot afford. Not yet. Not yet, chat. So in total, I need $950 to get a computer and stereo. Abra should start thinking about further education. Some colleges. Looks like you can use the mailbox to apply for scholarships. $290 is the rent. I guess it's the utilities. So we need about $1,300. It's too bad I can't program my mouse to use its extra buttons. Maybe I can. Maybe I can, you know? Gameplay. Can I move this shit? Nope. Challenge. Controller. What about other? Accessibility. Surely there's a keybind setting. Surely. No? Grr. Hiss. How is it possible? Safe for streaming. Oh my god. There's a... Okay. That's nice. I guess. I still got it muted though. Mm-hmm. I think it's crazy that there's no keybind options in the game at all. I'll just have to use my other computer to program the mouse. Oh. Where'd the timer go? Chat. Did I turn it off? Maybe I did. Just want to check my skills. No. Needs. Bladder knee. What's all this then? The arrival. Open lost legacy. What is this fucking League of Legends? Like, complete the arrival quest. What seemed like a normal day quickly turns into an adventure. An envoy arrives with a call to seek out treasures. Will you be worthy of protecting these ancestral heirlooms? Will you answer the call? I mean, I guess. I'm kinda... kind of a unemployed dude with a mental health issue. In the game, of course. Look at this. I'm playing a video game on my phone. Looks like a brick breaker. I'll come out of here all flirty. And I can flirt with myself in the mirror. Really? Oh boy. I need a mop. I still can't hear anything in the game. Did I mute everything? Oh, I think I muted the game in OBS. What a pain. What a pain. I'm gonna turn the BGM down quite a bit. Zozo.
Frinka, Brove. Unsa, Bilp, Nobi Yebu, Momp, Yadraz Vumpa, Friends Debay, Biptop Fwenzi,
Talking to myself.
Kimba, Bobna Fran. Lara,
Greetings. I'm the royal envoy representing the noble kingdoms of Durong, the Cap and Thebe family. I've received word of suspicious activity regarding some of the ancient treasures being kept outside of the kingdoms. I've come to ensure the safety and security of these items, and I'm hoping to do this as swiftly as possible. I do not want to bother any of the dukes with this matter. You're just so busy, as noble people tend to be. You understand now, don't you? I need someone trustworthy to help me complete this task, and you caught my eye. Would you help me with my royal duties? I will make sure it's worth your while. Oh, am I flirting in real life with the girl? Where the fuck did I go? Don't you know I dislike people? Oh, you're the envoy. Let's do flirty introduction. Why not? That was a cool song.
Oh.
So? Oh. Simbozy, Shanisi go.
Obi Weepsta.
Hey, wait. Come back. I got a question for you. Are you serious? Okay. Well,
Baim Zashel Makaroo.
she's gone. Bye.
Yumamush. Oganshima.
I'm gonna leave. Go back to that plot. What's going on over there? Getting some PT on? Just me this time. I want to try and pick those flowers. See if they're ready. Beep. Boop. Boop beep. All right. It's getting on my nerves. First of all, how much time is left in my subby timer? Seven minutes. Okay. Nature. Potions. Nice. Plant something 3 times. All right. Let's try that. Oh, I guess I'm already doing that. I just need to stop talking to myself. More messages. I need to stretch my legs just a bit. Stretch. Let's see if I can use a controller for a bit.
Ooh, webby souk. Ha.
Fine. Play your chess game.
Quom say bow.
Arogaba.
Haha, so.
Ugh.
Well,
All the notifications in this game, it's getting on my nerves. They made it free to play, you know. The base game, it's free. Oh, perfect. Instead of a buy mode, there's a store right there in the game. Okay, tools.
Neuba. Kunze, huh?
Now to do what I came here for. Is hunt for flowers. Oh. Examine water.
Ooh. Meister.
Cool. We got a frog. I think they will sparkle when they're ready.
Ah. Uh-huh. Let me see.
I caught a goldfish. My frog.
Mm-hmm. Oh, ah, oh, Yoba. Hmm. No?
Uh-oh.
What's Stoiba? Ah. Ooh.
That's pretty.
So.
Tuna fish.
Yep.
I didn't mean to cancel.
See?
More fish. We gotta make money, chat. These little fish. Not doing it.
Oh.
Looks like you're just about out of time.
Oh. Ooh. that. Whip the do. Ooh. Oh. That's a noise. No? Stoiber. Yibs. Ooh. Oh. Yeah.
The baby.
Ooh.
A guppy.
Oh. Rubbish Dornay. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, that's a noib. Oh. Ha. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Hosbuk with May. Yeah. Ooh. So.
Ah. What is that? Awesome. Hey, thank you for the follow. Need to make this a little bit bigger so I can see. Love smart.
Ooh. Kaloo.
6990.
Ooh.
At work right now. I'll pull up my crew for your next stream. Okay. Add me on Discord. Right on.
Ooh. Ooh. Yips. Ooh.
It's a neat looking fish.
So.
Okay. So now we're gonna go home. And then probably gonna end stream. Been going for like 6 hours. Let's see. Chat, we just hit our follow goal of 25. So today I'm gonna plan our ASMR stream. That was the reward for hitting 25. And I think I'll probably do a roleplay read. Maybe not for the whole stream, but at least part of it. Okay. Can I stock? No. All right. I'm gonna save and quit. But it was a good stream. Yeah, we looked at Reddit, laughed at some relationship drama. We took a quiz. We reacted to some Gnostic truth bombs. And got a little farther in The Sims. But I'll be back midnight Eastern Time for another round. until then, thank you all for watching. If you like my content, please be sure to follow, like, subscribe, all that stuff. Really helps the channel. And I will see you in the next one.